Oh my God, he fell asleep. Poor baby. Right. Right. Now that all the council members are present, I call to order the December 4th special meeting of the City of West Sacramento City Council, West Sacramento Redevelopment Agency, and Finance Authority. We will begin with the land acknowledgement. We would like to acknowledge that the land on which we live, work, learn, and commune is the original homelands of the indigenous people of West Sacramento who have stewarded this land throughout the generations. We acknowledge and we thank the original inhabitants who have occupied, maintained, and secured this place and who still exist on this land. We respect and celebrate the many diverse indigenous peoples still connected to this land on which we gather. We will now begin with the swearing-in ceremony. Madam Clerk, can you please begin the process?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we'd like to welcome our newly elected or newly re-elected Mayor, Martha Guerrero, who will be sworn in by her daughter, Elaine Sanchez.
I, Martha Guerrero, do solemnly swear
Do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
the Constitution of the State
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will be true and allegiance
and the Constitution of the State of California,
to the Constitution
that I will take this obligation freely
of this obligation,
without any mental reservation
any mental
or purpose of evasion,
purpose of it,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Next, we'll be swearing in our re-elected council member, Norma Alcala, who will be Councilmember Alcala will be sworn in by her daughter-in-law, Arlette Quiros Gutierrez Alcala.
I am Norma Alcala. Solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States, defend the Constitution of the United States, and the Constitution of the State of California against our enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear through faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I will take this obligation fairly, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will and faithful discharge these duties upon which I will about to enter.
I'm 90. My son.
No,
We'll now be swearing in our newly re-elected council member, Corina Orozco, who will be sworn in by our newly elected state senator, Christopher Cabaldon.
I, Karina Orozco, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or evasion. And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you.
Okay, no one without me.
I would like to allow my fellow council members that were newly elected, to have a few words. Councilmember Orozco.
All right. Well, back in 2016, the very first time I sat on this dais, I remember being so shell-shocked by the experience of being up here that I didn't really say much. I just wanted to end the moment and make sure everybody got home in one piece and carry on with the night. In 2020, we were going through a pandemic and we were on Zoom, and I did the same thing where I just surrendered the opportunity to give remarks out of respect for the moment and all the work that we had to do in front of us. Tonight, I want to take a moment of your time because this is a really momentous occasion. And tonight, I'm seeing so many beautiful faces in the house tonight, and I just want to say a few things to you. In 2016, we had a very different council at the time. It was Mayor Christopher Cabalden, now state senator, council members Mark Johannesson, Chris Ledesma, and Bab Sandine. And as a freshman councilwoman, I was eager to serve and give back to this beautiful community that was helping my husband Jose and I raise our 4 beautiful children. Back then, we as a council were only envisioning these wild ideas, things that seemed incomprehensible at the time. We were talking about the West Sac Home Run via on-demand rideshare, which seemed completely out of the ordinary for what we could do here. The Bridge District, Drake, the Barn. I remember knocking at doors and people were saying, this is going to be the worst thing ever. Don't make an investment here and that. We talked about the Washington District, and we were getting ready to cut a ribbon on Burgers and Brew, which was a novel idea for the area at the time. And back then, Recovery Cafe and the permitted supportive housing and My Baby, the downtown street theme, those were just ideas, but not something that we were going to embark upon. At the time, we never envisioned that there would be a terrible pandemic that would essentially change the very fabric of our business community and challenge so many wonderful small business owners to close down their buildings and say goodbye to their dream, their life investment that they put on the line in order to make our city even better. We never imagined at the time either that, some years later, we would be able to welcome an amazing Major League Baseball city, just steps away from where I live, and offer this opportunity for children in our community to see Major League Baseball in their backyard. Tonight I sit here and I'm reflecting on the beauty of this incredible journey that we've just taken together. One, honestly, that's been fraught with many arguments, many moments of being fractured and challenges, but there's also many more that we've overcome for the benefit of this mighty little town. Over the years, I've become a little bit more accepting of a story that I didn't want to admit early on, but I now embrace, and that is that as a young child, my mom and I we met our very first, we were first introduced to West Sacramento because we would take temporary shelter and refuge in the motels along West Capitol Avenue together. She and I, a very young mother, and her then maybe 8 or 9-year-old child. And it wasn't very welcoming at the time, nor do I believe it is even as welcoming 40 years later, but it was a trajectory for that young Karina that, frankly, wasn't going to predict that I would be sitting up here with you all tonight. And tonight, that we're all here, I will say that I got to acknowledge that there is a perfectly curated headshot up there on the wall, that there is this beautiful brown leather chair that I'm sitting on and a gold nameplate that, bears my name. And I tell you, it's because of the young experience that I had years ago that I continue to power through. It's not because of those things. It's because, there is value in making sure that other people that I know that my time here is just merely temporary, that there'll be many more nameplates, there'll be many more curated photos, many more amazing leaders, more passionate than I, that will arrive at this doorstep of this mighty little city with hope in their souls and love in their hearts and passion in their spirit, and they're ready to fight for our city. And that's the reason that I'll stand out on a cold winter night to collect school supply drive, or collect things for children to inspire them to do better, because they need to occupy these seats down the road, and they need to love their city just like we do. So I'll just end by saying that for those of you here tonight watching your loved one take the oath, thank you. Thank you for taking the time. I know it's hot in here. For my folks that came tonight, there are many of you who literally served as my feet for this campaign. You promised me you'd do that, and you walked with me. You literally sometimes carried me after a long day when I could walk no further. And I want to tell you, I see you. To my campaign manager who's standing up against the wall over there, the best of them, he's here tonight. Thank you, Matt Rexford, for believing in me, for inspiring me, for saying yes. And thanks to Bert and Ryan. You guys had a vision, and thank you for helping see it. To my friends and my former colleagues, and I see a Judge Holliday in the back there. I've done trials, 20 years of trials as a prosecutor alongside that woman, and I'm grateful for my former colleagues, my road dogs, my campaign team. Some of you moved mountains so that I could walk through them because I could never walk over them, and I have no words that could adequately express how I feel. There will never be a day that I don't carry you all with me, because you're now part of my story, and it's your light that shines upon all of us here. To my friend Christopher Cabaldon, our newly elected state senator who put West Sacramento on the map when people just thought of us as the armpit of the region. You're here for me, and sir, I'm humbled and grateful. There's not a day that I am not beside myself in awe of the person and the leader that you are and the person that I've become simply because you've existed. To my dear friend and brilliant mind, legendary Mike McGowan, who's sitting in the audience tonight, thank you for listening and inspiring and believing, sir. You were a trailblazer at a time when our city wasn't incorporated, and you took this seat, maybe not the same exact one, but you took the helm as our first mayor, and you're still there, regardless of whether or not your body wants to take you far. Your spirit and your heart and your soul, those are the things that are all amongst us, and thank you for being here tonight. And finally, my children, my family. You know, I've had kids that have tucked themselves into bed on long city council night, because at one point I was the only council member who had young children that sat up above here, and I got to tell you, that was part of the motivation. We needed to have more voices out there that knew what was going on in our sports camps, that knew what was going on in our city parks, and I took that on. But I knew that there were going to be a couple kids out there that would be looking at the empty seat next to dad every time there was a sports event. Every time we'd have a soccer game or a baseball game, there was a great opportunity for me to not be there and see them shine. So kids, thank you for sharing mommy with everyone else. I know you've sacrificed, and I hope to make that up to you. And then finally, to Jose, the love of my life and the most incredibly supportive husband and partner in the world, thank you. Thank you for delivering me to a place where I can stand up for what I believe in. Thank you for supporting my wild ideas and for strapping up when I need to, there's an event and it's going to happen in 3 hours, and you just go with it. Thank you for being my wingman and for holding me up when sometimes I don't believe I have any more of a scintilla of might left in me. I'm here, and you're helping me serve a purpose in this community that's larger than any one of us. I know that you're just as much part of this journey as I am. In close, I'll say each and every one of you are part of the fabric of this community. We don't agree on everything. In fact, this campaign has taught us that there's a lot more that we have to repair, and we're fractured in lots of ways, not just in the city, but statewide and federally. I really do think, even though it might sound corny, I think that we all want the same thing at the end of the day. We might listen to the same song and have a different dance, but instead of disrespecting how the other person's doing it, maybe what we can do is find a way to coexist together and actually work together with respect. So that way, at the end of the day, even if we do disagree, we're all doing it with the best intentions and with respect, that we're not tearing down our community in the process. Thank you all for the time that you've taken, your attention. It's beautiful to be here tonight, and I congratulate my colleagues for their swearing in.
Councilmember Alcala?
Thank you, Mayor. I already mentioned my mother, 89 years old, Gloria Villarreal, is here, and I'm very proud because, as was mentioned before, when I was sworn in last time, we had Zoom, and that's when my son, Carlos, an attorney, swore me in. I was very proud this time that my daughter-in-law, Arlette, was able to, because she was a dreamer, and next year she becomes a U.S. citizen. Dreamers contribute so much to our country, intellectually, culturally, financially, and socially. And Arlette's a wonderful daughter-in-law. She's an A student. She just took an organic chemistry and a physics class, got an A. That's a really smart person there. She's also a great community activist who helps volunteer at every church and community event whenever she's called upon. So I just wanted to make that statement into our community. It's to recognize that so many of our friends, family, and acquaintances are not poisoning the blood of America, but providing the transfusion of hope, promise, and work ethic so desperately needed in our country. I want to begin by giving thanks to my family, friends, supporters, my union family, for re-electing me to my second term with the West Sacramento City Council. I'm grateful for all your help. Canvassing in 100+ degree weather, the phone banking, the outreach to friends and neighbors, putting up yard signs. I wish John Archuleta was here because he helped me clean up a lot of the ones that were damaged. And for the many prayers that made this possible. I want to promise that I will continue to meet individually with constituents to hear their concerns. But I'm also going to enlist hosting monthly coffees in District 1 with other elected, like our West Sacramento Unified District Trustees, Virginia Coffey and Vanessa Castro, to provide updates and also to listen to what our community's needs are. District 1 voted overwhelmingly for Measure O. And I think the impetus more on public safety. In the next 4 years, I will continue to secure our equitable share of those new resources. We need those new sidewalks on Sacramento Avenue. We have to fill those potholes. There's increased activities that people want for their kids in Bright Park. Also, our small businesses. They've spoken. They need some help. We want to make Sacramento Avenue a thriving metropolis. Well, I shouldn't say metropolis, but part of a thriving metropolis. Also, as I was walking around canvassing, people told me they wanted more streetlights, especially in Broderick and Bright. Those were really important for people. Safety. So thank you again for the opportunity to serve you. You guys did it.
There are 3 seats that are available. They were my children, but their children were falling asleep. So if you wanted to fill the 3 seats up in the front, Albert, if you wanted to sit down, just have a seat, or James, I don't know.
I prefer standing.
I love it. Well, I'll continue on with good evening, everyone, and welcome to West Sacramento's swearing-in ceremony for the city's second all-women-led city council, once again. Congratulations, fellow council members, on your victory. And to the candidates who ran in this election, thank you for stepping up on behalf of your community. It takes a lot of courage and a lot of, from you and your families. So greatly appreciate your involvement and your interest to serve the community. Building on that historical achievement, I am deeply honored and humbled by the trust that you have put in me to serve as the city's first 4-year term mayor. This change was intended to allow a sitting mayor to devote more time to planning and execution of projects in the city's interest and less time taken up by campaigning. This change is thanks to the members of the community who took action to move the city's governance structure forward. And tonight, we celebrate a victory that belongs to every single one of you, the residents who took the time to dialogue with me, and the volunteers and community leaders who rolled up their sleeves and who helped fuel this campaign are the true testament to the power of grassroots organizing. Through sheer determination, carving out the time to listen deeply and carrying a deep passion for community consensus, we were able to overcome the large money donors who funded the opposition. To the labor unions, yay, you're in the house. The community organizations, and the many faith-based communities who I've reached out to. You're in the house, I see you. And the countless individuals who supported my campaign by knocking on doors, making phone calls, and delivering and repairing damaged signs. Thank you. Your warmth, dedication, and passion inspired me every day, and that will continue into these next 4 years. And to my family who had little children who were falling asleep in the front, so they had to leave early, and close friends, and allies, including former Assembly Member Mariko Yamada and Helen Thompson, Supervisors Jim Provenza, who's right there, thank you, and Angel Barajas, and Supervisor Mary Vixie Sandy, and Sheriff Tom Lopez, our elected or local and other local electeds. I am forever grateful for your wise counsel, encouragement, and unwavering support. And also, I want to acknowledge the passage of Measure O, which will allow for the most critical needs of the community, and to our firefighters and police officers and to our local, who helped bolster the success. I wanted to give you a round of applause for Measure O. The community support for Measure O, as described by Councilmember Alcala, which primarily succeeded because of the voters in the north and a central part of West Sacramento, really focused on what was the message behind the passage of Measure O, which is the routine repair and maintenance of our roadways, which has deteriorated over the years, and supporting our wonderful workers who are here, dedicated workers who are out day and night taking care of our city, and our first responders, that they have the resources and support they need to protect and serve the community because they are passionate in doing so, and to maintain our parks and trails for our residents to enjoy. Measure O reflects our shared priorities and commitment to infrastructure and a safety response that grows with the city, making West Sacramento a city where everyone can thrive. So looking forward to the path ahead, I want to share a 5-point plan that builds on the principles of engagement, equity, accountability, and innovation. Through increasing public engagement and transportation, through the establishment of community forums and online platforms, we will continue creating accessible ways to ensure every voice is heard. We will also introduce a real-time city dashboard showing on the progress on goals and an expanded program data policy to keep residents informed. We will also, with the support of partners like the Sacramento Central Labor Council, the International Longshoremen and Warehouse Union, Laborers Local 185, IBEW, SCIU, NorCal Carpenters Union, Sacramento Sierra Building and Construction Trades Council, sheet metal workers, iron workers, and so many more unions. We will strengthen worker protections, ensure fair wages, and create pathways to create high-quality union jobs. Together, we will position West Sacramento as a model for equitable economic development. As mayor, I am committed to bold environmental action. Our city will be a leader in renewable energy, urban greening, and sustainable transportation while continuing to mine for strategy and innovation through our growing climate action partners and through our youth and the Youth Climate Action Fund program. Together, we will secure a greener, healthier future for generations to come. And in preparation of our Major League Baseball team, the A's, our city has been presented with a unique opportunity as we usher the athletics into West Sacramento. This move offers us a chance to prove we too can be formidable competition as hosts for a future Major League Baseball team. The anticipated increase in tourism spilling over the bridge from neighboring Midtown has the potential to boost local business community, raise the city's profile, and create additional job opportunities. With the Mayor's Business Roundtable, the California Hispanic Chamber's involvement in all the chambers in the area, and through the city's small business grant, together we will work to ensure that the benefits are felt by every community in the city. In addition, in order to strengthen the trust in our local government, I propose Fiscal Oversight Committee composed of a community and labor members, financial experts, and city officials. This committee will review budgets, track spending, and ensure your tax dollars are used effectively to improve our city. I look forward to future town hall meetings and getting the feedback of the community as we put this plan into action and ensure every resident feels that they have a voice and a stake in our success. I thank you for your trust, the investment you have made in our community, and most of all, your partnership moving forward. Let's get to work. West Sacramento, the best is yet to come. Thank you so much. We have some refreshments outside, so we're going to go out and celebrate.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, can we approve the items on the consent
We
agenda
do have a
before?
consent agenda, yes.
Thank you.
Are there any requests to pull an item from the consent agenda?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 3.
Same.
All right, we'll pull item 3. And who would you, do you have questions or do you have comments?
Comments? And also, we did a lot of celebrating of Measure O, so it would be great to make it official. So, but I don't have to go first, particularly because Councilmember Vernon Spezia-Hole worked so tirelessly on getting this over the finish line and working with our firefighters. I see you back there, so hopefully we could get a couple of comments from you guys too, would be my hope.
Okay, we'll add them under public comments.
Love it.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Earlier this year, in our strategic planning, our city council had a conversation, a very aspirational conversation about what kind of city we wanted to be. And we talked about we wanted to be a city that prioritized public safety. We wanted to be a city with less potholes and better roads. We wanted to be a city with clean parks and trails that our families can enjoy. We want to be a city that continues to lead the county in addressing homelessness. And the question was, how are we going to be able to do that? And our answer was Measure O. And so this summer during the campaign season, we launched on an aggressive strategy to communicate that with the community about what Measure O meant, about the best and brightest for West Sacramento. And it was a wonderful campaign. I thoroughly enjoyed working on it. And we're going to have a celebration tomorrow at 10 a.m. in front of Station 45. We're going to be bringing Engine 45 back into service. And so I'd like to invite you all to join us for that. But I really want to acknowledge the people who did the work to run it over the finish line. I'd like to thank the West Sacramento Firefighters Association who are in the room today, the Sacramento Area Firefighters Local 522, our Police Officers Association, our Police Managers Association. We knocked on doors, we had hosted neighborhood gatherings, we had conversations with everyone about what Measure O meant. And I'd like to also acknowledge two of my colleagues, Councilmember Karina Orozco and Mayor Pro Tem Dante Early, who as they were campaigning, they actively campaigned for Measure O as well. So thank you for that additional work to get this over the finish line. Our city council has another strategic planning coming up where we'll be working with staff and having conversations about how we actually move all of these priorities forward, where the money's going to go. And as our mayor said, we'll be reporting out. We'll have regular public accountability sessions and look for Measure O signs all over West Sacramento as we immediately get to work on this. And so thank you to everyone who voted yes. Thank you to the community for trusting us with Measure O. And I really look forward to showcasing what we can do with it. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
So, as my colleague said, in February of this year, we all sat together downstairs and really talked about how do we get to the future that we know is possible for West Sac, and how do we address all of the many issues that we have heard from our constituents over the years. And there are quite a few in regards to, and Councilmember Speezel Hall talked about them, whether it be addressing public safety and having enough patrol officers, particularly I hear in my district, really being able to deal not only with traffic, but other nuisances, whether it be public safety in addition to being able to appropriately staff our fire department, but also taking care of our parks, and really having a walkable city that everyone, all community members are truly able to enjoy together. And so we sat in that room and we said, okay, well, how are we going to do this? And I remember our newest member, Councilmember Speezel Hall, looking around as we're saying, okay, we all agree that this is the thing that we need to do. And we all said yes, and we directed our staff to move this forward. And myself and Councilmember Speezel Hall said, okay, well, I guess we're going to bird dog this. And we'd never done anything like this and couldn't even imagine what that might be. And I remember talking to our local West Sac Association fire and getting a chance to get on weekly calls. And really, it was weekly calls moving this campaign forward, because it was not part of our duties as city council. This was something that we were doing because we knew it was something our community needed, and we were giving back and further investing in what we knew was needed, not only just for now, but literally for the future. You probably saw my own child in commercials for Measure O. My colleague here, Councilmember Orozco, her beautiful children were also in commercials. We, Speezel Hall, as well as myself, were in commercials, all about how do we make sure there's enough information out there and we are working. You want to talk about signs? The number of signs, Measure O signs, that were taken, stolen, vandalized, actually in total were more than our local firefighters had ever seen across any campaign that they had supported. And despite all of that, we prevailed. And we did because the message was true, and it was that this is about what the community needs, and we have to be able to get back to basics and support our local public safety, our parks, and all of that. And so I want to make sure that I not only say thank you to my colleagues for not only voting yes on this, but also putting the work behind it in order to actually get it over the finish line. But I have to say a huge thank you, particularly to Miguel and Greg. I'm going to call y'all out, Tom. And while this was happening, you guys dealt with a loss in your department, and we all dealt with a loss locally, and you still kept going. And so I cannot thank you enough. I had no idea the work that went behind this. And it is not only something that we will experience and use now, but literally for the future of our kids. So thank you.
At this time, we are holding off on applause as we move forward with the rest of the council meeting. Madam Clerk, are there any requests by any of the other council members before I open it up for public comment? Okay, Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak by the public?
There are no requests to speak on these items.
Okay, did the Firefighters Association, would you like to speak? And I know the Mayor Pro Tem indicated that you would like to speak. Wanted to give you a chance. No, I don't want to.
Yeah, I'm gonna start by apologizing. I wasn't prepared to speak, but it's called me up, so I'll do the best that I can on the spot here. Measure O is extremely important to the West Sacramento firefighters, the department, the association, the community. It was taken out of service approximately 12 years ago in 2012, and we've been trying to make up for that shortcoming with our department, with our workforce, and it's been quite the challenge and the hurdle. And our call volume has increased significantly over the years. So I have to start by thanking the city council for actually putting Measure O on the ballot. I know you put it on there unanimously with a 5-0 vote. So I appreciate your guys' commitment to getting that in front of the voters, so that essentially us firefighters, as well as council members Sulpicio Hall, can get this thing across the finish line. So, so I appreciate you guys doing that and taking that risk and that gamble. I know it's not easy to go out there and say we want to raise taxes, but we appreciate it, and it means so much to our department, our people, and it's going to be great for the community to finally get this fire engine back. Another special thank you I got throughout is City Manager Aaron Laurel. I know many months ago when there was a discussion of putting Measure O on the ballot, that he took the bull by the horns, so to speak, and saying that the second this tax measure is certified, that Engine 45 will be going into service the next day. So tomorrow, December 5th, which is the day after the election was certified today, Engine 45 will be going back in service at Station 45. So thank you for that. Yeah, I can't say enough up here, but thank you guys so much for the opportunity to get this thing back and do what's right for the city, the citizens, and the department. Thank you.
Again,
I'm sorry, just one more. If we
just
could hold the applause, that would be great. Thank you. This is moving forward.
again, personally, I want to thank Miguel because he definitely took this by the horns. We all worked really hard on this, and I don't think anyone, unless they're involved in something like this, realizes how much it takes over your life. And it's morning and night and calls at midnight and looking stuff up online and obsessing about it for months and months and months, worrying about fundraising, finance. I am going to miss those Monday calls. Thank you, Dr. Early and Verna Hall, sorry, for working every Monday. I'm going to miss those calls. And I would just like to say that there's a lot of doubters on this measure. And as a DP at 522, I was also working on stuff in Folsom, who had a measure that pulled better than West Sacramento's, spent probably around 3 times the amount to throw at it, and it failed horribly. So the pure fact that the work that we put in and the citizens have the faith to pass the measure that we did, the engine that's going into service tomorrow has been out of service longer in my career than had been in service. I've been here for about 21 years. So I watched it go out of service, and I am proud to stand here before the council to see it going back in service. So I want to thank everyone, Aaron Laurel, everyone that worked on this. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Greg and Miguel. And now we will close the public comment and bring it back to council for any further questions, comments, motion to approve.
Early moves.
I'll second.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Early moved. Councilmember Sulpicio Hall seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sulpicio Hall,
An enthusiastic aye.
Councilmember Acala,
Aye.
Councilmember Roscoe,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Early,
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero.
Aye. This is approved. Mission accomplished, council members. We did it. We
Great
did
job,
it.
team.
And now can we enjoy, at this time, we will take a break before returning back for the regular city council meeting, which we will return. We will have about, how many minutes? 20 minutes?
Approximately 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
And then we'll be returning to closed session.
And then we'll be
for the
returning to
regular
closed session.
And then, Madam Mayor, for everybody in the room who was a part of Measure O, could we take a picture as soon as we
Can we?
dismiss?
Oh, if you want to take a picture, that's fine.
Yeah.
Our guests are here.
Yeah, and
And
I
we
would let
will-
them to be in the picture before we go? I just wanted to let everybody know who wants to be in the picture for Measure O to join us.
We have a celebration tomorrow as well that we have set aside for this, and anybody can join us in that celebration and join in that photo, which will have the fire truck that is returning. So, thank you.
We got to tighten it up a little bit more, though. We got to tighten it up a little bit.
Thank you for what you did on O.
All right. You'll go first, and I'll go afterwards.
All right, on three right here. 1, 2, 3. Say Measure O. Okay, maybe not. Let me try one of these. Hold on. Okay, on 3. One more time. Boom.
All right. Real quick. 1, 2, 3. Awesome.
Yeah, go ahead. I can't get it with it. It just, I got it. I got it.
Daddy. Say hi to Daddy. Say cheese, careful. Say cheese. You like Nina? Penny, look at Daddy. Oh, just do them. Cheese. Stand up, Penny. Stand up. She sees a beautiful computer. Say cheese to Daddy. Oh, no, that's even better. With your tissue, she got comfy.
Yeah? Oh. Hopefully it's locked. Oh, good it is. Penny, look at Daddy.
I don't know
Penny, look at Daddy. Cheese.
headquartered for all this service they're doing.
With the brown jacket.
Did you get a picture of her?
But don't they have an office here for the service they run? No.
Are you mayor?
So cute.
Is your mayor, Penny?
She is. She's going to be president.
Yeah, she is. Her teachers loved her president, but on the election day, I put the teacher the T-shirt you gave us,
Yeah.
and the teacher was like, "We just loved your shirt."
How are you? Good to see you.
This
Sorry,
is someone
I've been
else's
running
enormous stuff.
Ay, sí, cómo no. Vámonos. Yeah, that's a picture I want to take. Okay. Let's go. Let's go down. Go follow Grandma. Go follow Grandma. No, 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 no. Say hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Go. Turning back to our regular city council meeting, and council met in closed session this evening on the agenda items posted on the agenda. And item number 3, I want to just elaborate that this also is related to the Pheasant Club. It's not specified there. Mr. City Attorney, would you please provide a report?
Yes, ma'am. The council met in closed session with the items identified on the agenda. No reportable action was.
Okay, thank you. As is noted on our agenda, City Council is prohibited by state law from discussing or taking any action on items that are brought under item 1 for public comment, but it provides an important opportunity for a public forum. The public is given an opportunity at this time to address City Council on issues not listed on the agenda. And we do ask that anyone wishing to address the council on this or any other item this evening to please fill out a request to speak card, which is at the corner. And we accept the request to speak cards up to the conclusion of the reading of the staff report on any particular agenda item. Once the staff report has been read and we open the item up for public comment, the clerk will announce your name, and you can walk up to the podium to speak. Now, in front of the clerk, there is a timer to ensure that everyone has a chance to be heard, and we ask that all comments be limited to the specified number of minutes. Also in front of the clerk is an analog flip chart, which indicates which agenda item the council is currently considering. And we also recognize that for some speaking in public, that can cause anxiety. So we request that there be no applause or boos, catcalls, or other demonstrations. Furthermore, so that we may maintain a civil discourse here in the chambers, we ask that those in attendance and those who address the city council abide by the code of conduct posted and not speak in loud, threatening, offensive, abusive, or other disrespectful language that disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. Now, this brings us to item 1. Presentations by the public on matters not on the agenda within the jurisdiction of the council. Each person has 3 minutes to speak. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Michael Barnbaum.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Guerrero, members of the West Sacramento City Council. Michael Barnbaum, as you heard. I wanted to go back and speak on item number 1 of the special agenda from earlier this evening. Congratulations to the council members and Mayor Guerrero for your successful election and your swearing-in ceremony. Some time ago over on Facebook, Mayor, I had endorsed you after looking at some scenarios and even talking to over with them in Woodland, among other places, with a lot of the consulting work I do at YOLO Transportation District, and during an adjournment of one of their board meetings, Mayor Pro Tem Early and I had a conversation, and we were talking about, well, what if, looking at the scenarios, and I am thankful, now we just passed Thanksgiving, that and honored that both of you are able to continue your service on the West Sacramento City Council. You ran a very clean and spirited campaigns, and thank you. And I sincerely now these next 4 years want to work hard with you on the ballpark item. I think it can become reality if it's a privately financed economic development project, with the city getting involved in infrastructure financing districts or IFDs. In the meanwhile, you have my commitment to continue to be the consultant on transportation matters. And Mayor Pro Tem Early, we're going to work diligently every month. There is a meeting in Woodland that my schedule allows, and we'll work hard for service restoration, a balanced budget, and a commitment to provide transportation services here in West Sacramento and throughout YTD in a balanced way, and gives people choices and a way to thrive on what mode they choose. So there's a lot to discuss. The executive director has indicated That's Autumn Bernstein. This month, the major topic of discussion will be the Woodland Transit Center. So there could be impacts on schedule and routing on the 42 A and B when it serves West Sacramento. The ballpark topics will be a topic of discussion at the January board meeting, and that is January 13th. Last but not least, I would like to invite everybody to the swearing-in ceremony across the river on Tuesday at 5 o'clock. 4 city council members and a mayor will be sworn in at 915 I Street. And you're welcome to attend. Thank you.
Scott Rafferty.
I'm here this evening to congratulate the people of West Sacramento for their first ever completely districted council. The council members weren't just reelected, they were elected to entirely new offices with new responsibilities, new representation, and new accountability to their neighborhoods. As I read over the judge's order, of all the things we did right with our map and the city did wrong with its map, we didn't just protect a well-organized Latino neighborhood. We also created a district of the most marginalized, the most unorganized residents that you have, the West Capitol Corridor, which will now have a dedicated voice in Member Orozco. But this took 6 years and who knows how much money. It's supposed to take $30,000 and 4.5 months, followed by a 2-year transition. That's the way the school district did it. That's the way every place in California did it after 2016, when this became an option, until West Sacramento. And you need to accept that you inspired some of the most recalcitrant incumbents in our state in cities with far greater inequities than exist here in West Sacramento. I'm talking about Ontario, Santa Clarita, Folsom, and Lancaster, to fight with unlimited amounts of public monies to delay the implementation, and it's just unconscionable how that happened. But if you want to understand at every stage what was going to come next in West Sacramento, all you had to do was ask, what is going to generate the most billings for the city attorney's law firm? It works every time. $1 million was spent in 2022 alone, and 1/4 of that to district elections, and 1/3 of that just to keeping me from getting paid for enforcing a settlement agreement. So this makes no sense. It needs to end. You have 2 appeals. You had an opportunity last month to get rid of one just by apologizing to Ms. Grijalva for something ridiculous that you said that wasn't true. And you had an opportunity to settle the other part of the case before I had to write a brief. And I didn't even get an answer until the due date of the brief, and then it was no. So this isn't the way. Think of what all that money could have done for the firefighters back in 2022. Turn the page, and revel in the fact that you have a more representative council than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ruff.
Robin Davis.
Hello, I'm Robin and I live in my 160 square foot semi-off-grid tiny home on wheels on my undeveloped residential property here in West Sacramento. Just want to say congratulations to all of you and to all those that campaigned. This was a really informative and enlightening election year for me personally, and I just really appreciated the opportunity to be involved, to advocate and help campaign. That was something very new and different, so just a really educational experience. I got to know most of you a little bit better and many more of our amazing neighbors. It's so important to be involved and informed at the local level. So I'm grateful for this process and all I continue to learn about this city and the needs of this community. I'm looking forward to the green initiatives mentioned earlier, and I'm hoping that one day will include off-grid options because the future should be about more options for the people to be able to legally live more sustainably. Also looking forward to next year and bringing the Tiny Home on Wheels ordinance back to you and finding that path to where we can all coexist together. Thank you.
Manuel Castro.
Well, is this related to the?
I'm sorry, this was not for item 1, this was for item 11. I apologize. We have no additional requests to speak on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And in my rush to get through the process, I wanted to go back to the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Manuel Castro, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic that stands one nation under God, liberty for all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Next, we have our consent agenda items 2 through 12. Are there any requests to remove an item for questions or a presentation by our administration? No? Okay. We do have public comment, Madam Clerk.
We have public comment on item 11. Manuel Castro.
Castro. Thank you for making those copies. I know it costs money. Print.
Stolen, and then they're also, our dugouts are too small. They put their bags on the outside of the dugout, and so when they switch from offense to defense to offense to defense, they're running outside, getting equipment, come back in, running back outside. It's just kind of a mess. So we wanted to install new ones. To the schedule that we're looking at is to try and raise money during the spring in order to get this installed by mid-August. The cost, we tried to lower it by negotiating with different people in the community. So we've been working with local businesses. So Clark Pacific and West Sacramento, there's 2 parents that are parents of a softball player who work there, and they negotiated a deal that Clark Pacific will donate the first set of dugouts. So there's 4 fields. There's 2 dugouts per field, so that's 4 sets. They'll donate the first one. The second one, they'll give us a $10,000 discount. So that's a total of $50,000 in discounts for these fields. So we did that. We also worked with another local business. It's RJ Gordon Construction. Nick Alvarez is a parent of a softball player who would give us the foundations for free. He'll donate all the rebar, do all the work with his staff. So we tried to get the cost down as much as we could. So instead of paying $137,500, now it's down to $87,500 for 8 dugouts. To pay for that, we were going to be doing fundraising, but we're hoping that you treat the West Side Girls Softball the way that we treated West Side Little League and the way that you funded Memorial Park. We don't need that scale of money, but if you can kind of give us some money to help with this one. I saw that it is on the number 11, but we might need a little more, we'll see. But West Side Girls Softball is dedicated to trying to fundraise. So we'll be selling platinum, gold, and silver sponsorships, putting plaques on the cement dugouts. They're beautiful. Check it out in that flyer that I sent around. So we'll be doing that. And remember that this isn't just for West Side Girls Softball. This is for anybody that utilizes that field. So that's all the All-American softball teams who are also another local business here. It's also, Junior Giants. They also practice and play there, as well as any of the community members that use that park, if not for baseball and softball, but just for a place for them to run their dogs around. So it's really invested in the community, not necessarily for West Side Girls Softball. What else? So check out the printouts. Those designs on the cement dugouts is going to be softball girls. It's going to be a logo. It's going to have the Tower Bridge. We're going to West Sacrify it. That way people come to our town to play us like, dude, that's West Sacramento. Look at the logos everywhere. So it's really cool. We look forward to it. We hope you can help us out by investing in the fields. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel.
We have no additional requests to speak.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. And we see an errata for agenda item 6 that will swap for the consent agenda. I'll accept a motion. Okay.
Early second.
Councilmember Alcala moved. Mayor Pro Tem Dante Early seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sulpicio Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Acala. Councilmember Orozco. Mayor Pro Tem Early.
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero.
Aye. Right, this item is approved. Next, we will go to agenda item 14. Under Economic Development and Housing is consideration of second reading and adoption of ordinance 24-17, amending chapters 9 and 12 and repealing and readopting Title 10 of the West Sacramento Municipal Code related to traffic and parking and public hearing and consideration, Resolution 24-114, amending the City of West Sacramento Book of Fees related to parking, and I believe it's only Larry Lee, our parking manager, present on this.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Larry Lee, the city's parking manager. Tonight, I'm presenting recommendations for 3 actions. These items are a continuation from the previous council meeting. Staff respectfully recommends that the city council conduct a public hearing, waive the second reading, and adopt ordinance 24-17, amending chapters 928 and 1212 of the municipal code, and repealing and then readopting Title 10 of the municipal code related to traffic and parking, and adopt resolution 24-114 to update the book of fees for parking. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Bringing it back to council before you leave, to see if there are any questions.
Icon?
I'm sorry, can you speak into the microphone?
Sorry. I was saying I received a lot of calls from individuals that live in that area, really concerned with the amount of parking fees that are going up. They know we've, passed Measure O, and they are now concerned with so many increases coming. This is going to be a real struggle for many of these families. I know we're going to have a public hearing. That's great. How are we going to inform individuals about the public hearing so that we do get the participation they've been asking?
Yeah, so we did go to TMI, I want to say 2 weeks ago. So we, engaged our folks there. Just over the years, this has been in the work with staff and various stakeholders. And so it's been a couple of years of engagement with the community, and in terms of informing folks about this rate increase, we'll make sure that we work with our public information office to let folks know of the upcoming rate increases, because mainly, a lot of these ones that are proposed tonight, they're mainly going to be affecting visitors, primarily folks who attend to an A's game or a River Cats game. And maybe folks who visit the barn. We've already been in conversation with the barn about these rate increases, so it'll just be a continuation of the communication there.
So I understand that most of these fees that are going to be there are going to be in places of business or areas where parking for these different events will take place. Calls I've been getting are from residents that are concerned already. We had a gentleman at our last meeting spoke about his fees going from 90, and I guess in 2 years, and he's anticipating the June update in fees, it's going to be 180.
So for that one, there's a scheduled increase that was previously adopted by council a few years back, and so there is a scheduled rate increase June or July 1st of next year, and that's for the B parking permit, and it'll be 150. But I just want to clarify that for tonight's action item, we're not proposing any changes to that rate structure. Folks who are grandfathered in at the $5 rate, they'll continue to receive that rate. And then for new residents, which is the rate that we are referring to here, there will be a scheduled increase, but that was already adopted by council previously, and that's not part of tonight's action.
So for new people to come into the area, how are they made aware of these fees that we have for parking?
For today, if they were to come in, if they were to move into, like, for example, one of the apartment out there, they would obviously be working with the lease manager on what the parking options are. Typically, the apartment, they would have on-site parking, and if not, we've been communicating with, for example, the Kind about what the parking options are for new residents, and so since we're not in communication with new residents that come into Washington District, it's difficult for us to relay that information. So we rely a lot on, the lease managers. And then, of course, we also post all our fees on our website, including our, parking website. So for our multiple avenues of relaying the info.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? All right. Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak in this item?
Did we open the public hearing?
We're opening up the public hearing at this point.
We have no request to speak on this item.
Thank you. We will close the public hearing, bring it back to council for any questions. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you. Larry, so the last time you came before us, I was really trying to understand how this potentially would impact the residents there, and in that, understand what are their current parking options, right? Rooted in the fact that before us, there was a plan for infill urban development of the Bridge and Washington District. That's just reality. And with that, again, before us came a plan that would be that there would be limited parking, right? Like that. And so when you're going, as Councilmember Alcala mentioned, when you're going and getting one of these apartments, there's the reality that you're also potentially choosing to live in an area that really encourages more alternative modes of transportation other than cars. But in having a discussion with our city manager, one of the things I asked him for, and ergo you, was, well, what are the parking options? Give me what that looks like. And so on average, the residents there that are living in the apartments, and you can maybe rattle off a few, it sounds like do have, whether it's paid on-site parking, that option, as well as free parking. So can you describe that just a tiny bit for me?
Yeah, absolutely. So as you said, most of the apartments, they do provide on-site parking. For example, I just looked at Westwood Apartments today, and I believe they have somewhere close to 50 units. But when we looked at the parking, they have about 96 on-site spaces.
Mm-hmm.
And because they're in affordable housing, like all the affordable housing project in the city, they're actually provided at least a minimum of one free parking space per unit at minimum. And so they already have that free on-site parking. And then, of course, you got your other properties like Capitol Yards, where they provide on-site parking as well. And actually, if you want additional parking, at least at the last time I checked, was $175 per month. So it's quite high. And then, of course, for the Washington District, the parking regulations are only in effect Monday to Friday, 8 to 5, the 1 hour time limit. So if you need to park longer than 1 hour, then that's when the regulations would go into effect. But overnight and on weekends and holidays, it is free. The time limit is only, Monday to Friday, 8 to 5, though. And then, of course, we have our Ziggurat Garage as well. That's one other option. In fact, we're working on getting additional parking options there as well. And then we've been exploring additional public parking facilities in the Washington District. We also added the 7th and Cabalton Parkway lot about 5-6 years ago, and that's an additional 75 parking spaces that we added to the supply. So hopefully that answers.
That helps. And so I'm gonna only because I've had an opportunity to be a little bit more educated from you all and staff on this, I'm gonna translate a tiny bit. And so for residents that are living in the Washington and Bridge District area, you have likely on average 1, if not 2 spaces offered on site to you for, again, 1 to 2 cars. and then where you potentially are being most impacted by what is happening here with our fees. And actually what we talked about in the first hearing, public hearing, is that if you have, again, a third car, that's when some of this would kick in. And I think for, again, I will call them our forefathers, Q, that includes you, in thinking through what the potential of this would be, again, for different parts of our city, this would be, again, more limited parking, right? More alternative modes of transportation, infill, and urban living. And that was, again, in the blueprint of what we envisioned for this. And so you do have choices when you move to West Sacramento. It's actually one of the things I love about West Sacramento. You can go to Southport and have some suburban living, and you can, again, get the hustle bustle of Bridge and Washington District. You can go to Councilmember Alcala's district, and see behind the gates with our rivers and really have a wonderful experience there. But you have alternatives. In this case, part of the reality of, again, how this area was zoned and also how it was planned and what we all really agreed upon before we got here, is that there's going to be limited parking. And now enter the businesses that we are trying to support. And in doing that, customers need a place to park. As a frequent Frankette and barn goer, I get to experience that all the time, in which there's limited parking. And so I want to make sure that we're being clear about the fact that there is parking that is available to the residents there. It may not be available to the third car, and that's, again, where the impact really potentially could be felt. Thank you.
Member O'Connor. A real quick question. Are we looking at alternative ways of parking? I think I mentioned that before. Future parking in the city to maximize spaces?
That's correct. So, we're looking at adding additional parking supply to the Washington district. Part of that is unlocking the Ziggurat Garage, which has 1,500 spaces. So we're looking at ways we can do that. And then also exploring adding additional parking facilities in the district. There's an opportunity there with, the C Street Bridge coming. So there's a lot of opportunities, and there's a lot of development in the pipeline that really demands that. So we're exploring a lot of different options.
All right, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Roscoe.
Microphone.
I want to give credit to staff hard at working on this for, gosh, it seems 6 years or so now or more. This is an issue that has come up every term that I've served on this council, and it's one that folks are very incensed about. I think people feel entitled to having a parking spot, and when they feel like they pay for it, it can be a rude and very devastating impact on a budget, especially when all of us are feeling the crunch, the economy, and inflation. So I get that. I think that this has to go back, though, to the whole plan for the Washington District Bridge, and zoned and planned to be high density. The idea back then was that we would be investing mass the street, bikeable, walkable pathways, and places like mass transportation, such as VIA, to help move people around, that we would be so close to the Sacramento downtown to get there in swift ways and not have to not be uber reliant. Now we're a few miles away from actually implementing the light rail, but I understand that would ameliorate and alleviate some of the concerns. I just want to remark about what my colleague had mentioned. There, while residents are complaining that they have this, we also have this. I can't get customers. I cannot. People will drive by the Treehouse Cafe because they cannot locate a place to park the car, so they'll go somewhere else across. They'll do that. Frankette, they'll do it. Small Business Midway, and quite frankly, we're going to have even a worse trouble once we start hosting games. That'll bring in national crowds to the city, and so in all fairness, we need the turnover to keep those availability to not only local West residents, but we hope our small businesses and keep them alive because they're struggling as is with the cost of having. But I wanted to pivot first because I also noticed there's another area that we haven't talked about, and that is our broadband that has been fraught with problems. You know, as a boat owner, I visited many boat ramps, and they've all had a fee for service. And what we end up having, we've had problems for months, not longer, with folks that are loitering on our boat, both the waterways, but also on for all. And I did look at the report, and I saw that there was some sensitivity to the fact that we might have low-income seniors, some current fees, but I did think that they're a steep, like initial thought, rather low. But in order for us as a city to invest in that amenity, having this boat ramp that has been traditionally neglected and this problematic activity over and over that drive resources of our police department to continually respond. We need the resources to maintain and upkeep and uplift the complexion of that amenity and make it a place where people around the region will want to use it, launch their boat. So, this book of fees, obviously there's a lot of red line and strikeout in here, but we also recognize that the book of fees has to be updated. We have so many other updates that need to happen and master plans throughout each department. And maybe they look a little stark because they've been overdue for so long. But we also have to keep up to par with, West Sacramento's just, we're a younger city. And, we have only so many resources to stay on top of these things. It's time to do it now. Again, I'm not somebody who wants to subscribe to additional resources coming out of the pocket of hard-working people. But we have increasing demands from our residents to clean up that boat ramp or to make sure that there's parking available. And unfortunately, there's not going to be one answer that's going to be keeping everybody happy. But I do think that this recommendation isn't out of the realm to make sure that we're addressing.
Yes, Councilmember Alcala.
One question is, I was looking through the fees. There's parking unattached trailer, $256 fine. Is that on a person's property, or are you talking about like they're parking out in the street? You just define what that means. That's on page 206 on the book of fees. 206 is the bottom. Is what the difference? That's City of West Sacramento book of fees. It says page 2 of 6. It's this one, right?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Paula, do you know the municipal code section?
The municipal code is 10.36.020C.
I'm sorry, what's the?
The 10.36.020C.
Okay, got it.
Parking unattached trailer, because I know a lot of folks have trailers that they have people in, maybe even be renters. So
Yeah.
are you talking about private property or?
This is street parking, correct?
Street park?
That's correct. It's on the street. And it's actually something that's been in the books here in West Sacramento for a long time.
Yeah, I
And
can see that.
we're actually not proposing any changes to it, so it stays the same.
On some clarification.
Comment? Thank you, Larry. I know this is controversial, and if we find, I think one of the concerns I recall was multiple, a family who has multiple cars, and it being a family with lower income, the Washington district, it does is historically known to be a disadvantaged community, and we'd like to make sure that among those that are being impacted the most could be the residents, to protect them at all costs so that, they are going to be, utilizing their one vehicle, and hopefully they can park, and hopefully we can establish a process where we can have open lines of communication to address their concerns, and avoid having to pay the higher parking rates. So to the extent that we do propose this, and we are going to approve it tonight, that we also provide some kind of mode of communication so that if there's a resident who is moving in there and needs to pay the parking fee, that we help them find alternative places. I think there was like this question about a parking lot available or not available, and nobody really knew. I just think that people have a hard time understanding how this process works, to avoid paying parking tickets, to avoid paying these rates. So to the extent that we can provide some ways to educate them, to keep their costs low, and to give them what available parking spaces that I've been hearing about are available, accessible to them, so that they can avoid paying these high. Councilmember Alcala.
Just one more. Is this comparable to what other cities have? People will less.
Yes, that's correct. That's what we look at.
All right.
I think we need a motion to approve.
So move early. Moves. I'll second.
Mayor Pro Tem Early moved, and Councilmember Sulpicio Hall seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sulpicio Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Alcala. Councilmember Roscoe.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Early.
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero.
Aye. This item is approved. Next is item 15 under Finance, is a public hearing and consideration of Resolution 24-127, authorizing participation in the California Enterprise Development Authority, CEDA, bonds assisting new development, band program, and consideration of Resolution 24-128, approving associate membership in CEDA and execution of associate membership agreement. And we have Mark Redevelopment, who will present on this. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. This item is a public hearing regarding the city's participation in the Bonds Assisting New Development, or BAND program. BAND is a financing program sponsored by the California Enterprise Development Authority, CEDA, that enables developers to finance public improvements via tax-exempt bond proceeds. Staff requests your approval of a resolution that will allow the use of BAND financing as a tool to help development within the city. The resolution before you tonight will allow BAND to be used to form community facility districts as well as assessment districts. This will allow for more flexibility in the types of expenses that can be financed. It should also be noted that the city also participates in two other financing JPAs, BOLD and SKIP, which currently offers the same programs that BAND will be presented tonight. Tonight, we have Julio Morales is here from CEA, the GPA that sponsors BAND, to give a brief presentation about the program. After Julio is done with his presentation, we'll be able to answer any questions that you may have.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Julio Morales. I work for Cosmont Financial Services. We are a financial advisor and the financial advisor firm to the CEDA BAND program. As Mark mentioned, it's essentially a conduit financing arm. You participate in two other arms, and we are one of the new programs. I'm here to just give you some background to understand, and essentially what your resolution is going to do is give you the option to use one of three now as opposed to one of two other financing options. So the Bond Assisting New Development, I'm proud of that name because I came up with it. So it's a musical theme. CalEd and CEDA, the California Association for Local Economic Development, is the California's premier economic development authority. There's over 900 members. It has a financing arm known as CEDA. You belong in the CEDA BAND, the PACE program, for example. I think that was in the earlier agenda. We've been, CalEd has used the CEDA, which is a financing arm, to do private activity bonds, 501c3, affordable housing bonds for a number of years. The band program is new in that it's working on development-related activities. So IDBs, PACE, these are things that CETA band has been, that CETA has been doing. Typically, when the IRS allows for certain types of what they call private activity or corporations to actually issue bonds, those are issued through a conduit issuer. You've done this for a number of CFDs, for example. So a Melrose bond actually isn't a city obligation. It's actually an obligation of the property owners underneath. So the IRS requires you to have a conduit issuer, either a JPA like SCIP or BOLD or CETA band, or the city can issue it under its name. So those are kind of the legal requirements to use a conduit issuer for the private entity to issue tax-exempt bonds. Tax-exempt bonds are bonds that investors do not have to pay income. So the band program addresses development-related types of financings. In other words, land-secured financing known as Melrose bonds or assessment districts, which you have a number of CFDs, or the new programs that are coming on to CREAs, EIFDs, CRDs. These are new tools that the legislature is implementing. I almost call it RDA 2.0. They're somewhat different, but I know you as a city are, are you the first to develop? Yeah, you were the first to develop it. I know you should be proud of that, but we do think that's the future. As an old guy who did the old RDA type of deal a long time ago, this is the new type of financing. So one of the things that makes the band program unique is we saw the future. CETA was looking to help facilitate that. So our program is designed not only for the Melrose and assessment districts that are quite familiar in a lot of new development, but also the new programs that are coming out, which are the EIFDs, CREAs, CRDs that will be coming in the future, and also allow multiple agencies to issue under single issue. So oftentimes, you're a developer, say D.R. Horton, and you're going to build 200 units in an area. You might do a CFD for a school district and the city. And ours is designed to do it under the auspices of just one issue, saving the city and homeowners eventually some more money and some more efficiency. So those are the general benefits of the CETA band program. Once again, we do land-secured CFDs in Melrose and the new tax increment types of financings, and hopefully like the EIFD that you'll be doing in the near future. The benefits of our program in particular, or in a sense, any kind of conduit, is there's flexibility. We talked about the ability to do different types of financings. It's a streamlined process, so once you pass a resolution, like any agency, the city can simply go and hand this off to the financing team because there is a financing team in place. So those are the primary advantages. It saves time and cost. And frankly, if you have a conduit issuer do it, you now are freeing up your valuable finance team staff time. And they will also not have to deal with the ongoing administrative costs. So ours will be one of three options. Hopefully it's one that you consider in the future. If you have any further questions, these are the members of the financing team. All of us, unfortunately, have decades of experience. I started when I was very young. And this was just a comparison of the different types of financing districts for your reference. A lot of acronyms. So typical process is here outlined, but in short, if you decide to use a conduit issuer, you pass a resolution, and then it goes off to a financing team that is pre-selected. And from there, the staff really does not have to deal with the financing side. You may, on a Melrose or a CFD, Public Works is still involved, but the financing team now has their arms, the burden relief from their arms. That is the short part of the presentation. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer it.
I do. How do we keep track of, the financing, the investment, whatever the process is? How do we keep track of that?
That's an interesting question. You have continuing disclosure requirements that you have to do. So it's on your ACFR. That's if you are the actual issuer. What the conduit type programs are is once you pass that resolution, you are no longer responsible for doing continuing disclosure. In fact, CETA band would be doing the continuing disclosure and the administration. Also, the property tax roll will say CETA band as opposed to the city of West Sacramento.
Yeah. So how do we, what is the mechanism where we could go online to see what's happening, or do you provide a report?
You can go, the MSRB, Municipal Securities Rulemaking Board, for all publicly issued debt would give you that information. But it is not even a conduit obligation of the city. Does that make sense?
No.
And when you issue a bond, like let's use the CFD that you have in place, it is your CFD under your name, but it is not your financial obligation. You have administrative roles, but the property owners are the ones who actually pay that debt. It's not the city's financial obligation. You were facilitating this process. That's why it's called a conduit debt. It's not yours. It is not your financial responsibility to repay those bonds, but you help administer it. There's actually a fee paid for the administrative process that your special tax consultant. And because you actually issued it in your name, you put it on your annual financial statement. What a conduit agency does is it says, we don't want to maintain this administrative burden for the next 30 years, so the conduit agency actually does that going forward.
And just in general, whether it's this program or other programs that Julio mentioned, that we are currently members of 2 other JPAs that do similar things, these are not debts of the city. I just want to be clear about that. These are, Julio, could you explain that a little bit more? Because this comes up a lot when we're issuing bonds related to CFDs or otherwise. The other example would be when we do an affordable housing project and they are receiving tax-exempt bonds as a piece of their financing. We have to do a TEFRA hearing. You've all been parts of those before for similar purposes, but those are debts being issued for projects within the city, but they're not debts of the city.
Right.
So if you could elaborate on that a little bit.
So once again, conduit debt. The IRS says there are certain types of projects that we want private companies to be able to access tax-exempt bonds. So you would issue a corporate bond at, say, 6%, and a tax-exempt bond might come at 4%, for example. So there's a great benefit to doing that, but you have to meet certain requirements for the use of the proceeds and other concepts. So in essence, airport docks and wharves, environmental facilities, affordable housing, as you mentioned, 501c3s, hospitals, a lot of actual facilities are financed with tax-exempt bonds, but they need someone's name. It has to be a public agency or a joint powers authority to issue the bonds on behalf. That is the IRS and the legal requirement. Now, in short, you do not have to repay those bonds. You do not have any direct financial obligation to pay those. So it's just your name on there, but you don't have to repay a single penny. If the hospital goes bankrupt, something happens to affordable housing, it does not impact your underlying rating. What you had been doing is loaning your name to benefit the project because it benefits economic development or the general public good. That's very important. You have no financial obligation. You do, however, have an ongoing administrative obligation because you've issued federal securities. And because of that, you have to each year issue what is known as a continuing disclosure report. Lots of lawyers and bankers like me that you have to do this every year. So one of the advantages, as Aaron was saying, of this conduit JPA is they take that administrative burden off of your finance department every year, and it no longer has to go on your books. There's a little section in the notes that no one reads except for me that talks about conduit financing. And you'll have a list of all your CFDs and a hospital transaction or some kind of nonprofit that you helped finance, but you don't owe any debt service on. And each year, that list for Roberta gets longer and longer and longer. So we think one of the advantages of a conduit financing is that you don't have to take on that administrative burden. Is that helpful?
Yes, it is. Thank you. Any other questions among the council members?
I do. What other cities are involved in BAND program? Could you tell us?
BAND is new. There are 900 members of CETA, and we have like 178, though, Aaron, you may know better than me. I think it was like 160, 178, I think, members.
Yeah, and I want to just give a disclosure too. It's check with the city attorney on it. I'm actually on the CETA board. I'm on the executive committee for CalEd, which by being on. I'm sorry.
Oh, so you can't.
No, I can. I can.
You can.
I just want to make that clear though. So
thank you.
Yeah. So by being an executive member of the CalEd board, you automatically are a board member for CETA. So I was actually involved in the early days of the formation of this concept around the BAND program. The main driver, and it kind of relates to your question, is with EIFDs now becoming a thing, What CALID was, one of the interests we had was trying to create a bond conduit option for cities that were issuing EIFD debt. Obviously, we are talking about doing that, planning to do that in the first half of next year. So right now, BAND is new. I don't know how many cities have actually joined CETA since BAND was established, but there are, I think, hundreds of CETA members. We just haven't ever joined CETA until now. But part of the reason, the rationale for us joining, it's kind of articulated by Mark in the staff report, is because we're planning to issue EIFD debt, BAND could actually give us an option that has lower fees potentially than some of the other options we have at our disposal. So that's why we recommend, one reason we recommend going ahead with joining, but it is a fairly new thing.
So just give me maybe the name of one city that's involved in this.
Right now, we've not issued bonds yet. So you have Lancaster, who was one of the original members of the BAND program. Adelanto certainly has already joined, but we have not issued bonds yet. It's a brand new program within a year. But I will, unfortunately, as I've gone through all that experience, people on the program all have 20, 30 years of experience. It's just a brand new program. But I've issued $2 billion worth of CFDs and over $10 billion worth of bonds through my career. So all the people here have extensive experience. It's just, this was a new program that we tried to develop to address it. And you're just here today giving yourself that option in the future.
There are no other questions?
Early moves.
Madam Clerk?
One second.
Do we have any other public comment, anything?
Did we open the public hearing?
I don't think we did. So
I feel you.
I was like, did I say it and come back? It's okay, it's late.
Good. Last public
Madam
hearing.
Clerk, we open it up for public comment at this point.
We have no request to speak on this item.
Okay, thank you. Bring it back and I'll accept the motion if there are no other questions.
Early moves.
I'll second.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Early moved and Councilmember Cepizio Hall seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sulpicio Hall?
Aye.
Councilmember Acala?
Aye.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Early?
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero?
Aye. All right. Thank you so much, both of you, for this new creative band. Next is our regular agenda item 16, an update on the Comprehensive Safety Action Plan. Our transportation planners, Steve and Rosen, will present important information to us.
Well, good evening. I'm Steve Rosen from the Community Development Department, and I'm here to share the department's progress toward the Vision Zero Action Plan. The CDD is preparing this plan with the assistance of Nelson Nygaard and Civic. I'm going to go through these pretty quick.
So this is the Vision Zero Action.
This is the Vision Zero
I was
Action
looking at
Plan.
this when it first popped up and it was confused. Okay, good.
I like to go through slides real fast, and they're all good slides with good maps and graphs on them, so please let me know if you want me to
Thank you.
linger. So we're going to start with a quick glossary. The Vision Zero effort comes from the federal Safe Streets and Roads for All program, which funds local government's efforts to reduce fatal and serious injuries in the street network. And I'll be using two other terms, fatal and serious injury crash, or FSI crash, and vulnerable road users. Vulnerable road users are people who are not protected by the body of a vehicle, and for this project include pedestrians, bicyclists, and motorcyclists, and people who use mobility devices. Vision Zero is a new approach to traffic safety. Earlier approaches to traffic safety aim to reduce all vehicle crashes, including non-injury crashes, by reacting crashes that have already happened. And the effect is that is to expect perfect driver behavior at all times while creating roads that are as free from obstacles as possible, which give the drivers the cue that they can drive as fast as they can because it'll always be safe for them. Vision Zero prioritizes reducing fatal and serious injury crashes because those are the ones that destroy people's lives. It aims to predict crashes before they occur by identifying dangerous roads, whether or not crashes have already occurred there. Vision Zero's goal is to accommodate imperfect human behavior by changing the transportation system to reduce the potential for dangerous behavior and to reduce the consequences for inevitable dangerous behavior. The objective of the Vision Zero plan is to plan for the next generation of city investments in its streets. What makes the Vision Zero plan go is that the top level decision makers commit to a certain reduction in fatal and serious injury crashes by a certain date. That's a requirement of the Safe Streets and Roads for All program, as well as the core driver of Vision Zero. So the Vision Zero is all about the safe system approach. This is the idea that these 5 concepts all back each other up and support each other to reduce the fatal and serious injury crashes. The loss of life and injury is preventable. The way that this works is all 5 of these will support each other to prevent that loss of life and other tragedies. The plan will be finished by September of 2024. Now I'm going to describe what the experts in West Sacramento streets had to tell us, the people who used them, and how that helped shape our analysis. So our community engagement effort included these means that we used to learn what our residents and visitors had to tell us about our streets. First were these pop-ups. We put tables at the Breathe Bike Fest and the Senior Resource Fair. These are very productive, and we learned what older people and bicyclists are most worried about. We also held these community active transportation audits. One toured Jefferson Boulevard in the area near Lake Washington Boulevard, and the other toured the area near Westfield Elementary School. And these helped educate our community advisory panels about what to look for when they're out assessing their streets on their own. So this helped and this gave us an idea of what they were most concerned about, and helped us teach them the transportation engineering plannery words that they could best communicate their feelings about the streets. We did hold stakeholder meetings that we planned to target groups that we had not been able to reach through other means. These included the young adults that were at the City College campus and the school-age children and their parents who were out at the National Night Out held by the Washington Unified School District. Our most productive engagement was an online survey. We promoted this online survey through the city's social media accounts and through the residential utility bills. We got 491 respondents. The respondents were mostly residents, and a slim majority of them were primarily drivers, and most of the respondents, unfortunately, only spoke English. The respondents to the survey were pretty clear that they wanted to get to 0 deaths, and they wanted that as soon as possible. Their concerns, nearly all participants were most concerned about people driving while impaired, people driving while texting or looking at a phone, and people driving too fast. And nearly all of the respondents had concerns about visibility, or participants, not just the respondent survey, but participants in all of our engagement efforts. We're worried about visibility at crosswalks and driveways, the quality of sidewalks and walkways, street lighting at night, and sidewalk lighting at night. Less than 20% of respondents feel that our streets are safe for school-age children walking. So our participants wanted to see more biking and walking facilities, more public transit, more education enforcement, and more traffic calming, less dangerous driving, potholes, fewer trucks, and fewer dark streets. And our team prepared a map of places that our participants identified as dangerous areas on the city streets, and overlaid that with the fatal and severe injury crashes that we identified. You can see that our residents named all the places where there had been serious crashes and a bunch of other streets that we took into account and developed some of our analysis. So yes, this next set of slides is based on reported crashes. The data set we used was crashes reported through the West Sacramento Police Department database, and we used the period of 2017 through 2023. That was the end of the last year we have data for. And the analysis concentrated on fatal and severe injury crashes and all crashes that involved vulnerable road users. The period of study had 101 fatal and severe injury crashes that resulted in 29 deaths and 107 serious injuries. So vulnerable road users were the people who weren't protected by a vehicle's body, and over half of the fatal and severe injury crashes involved. This map shows the location of the crashes where victims were in cars or motorcycles. They're grouped together. Although motorcycles are vulnerable road users, they're grouped together because they travel at similar speeds and may benefit from similar countermeasures. Now here's a map that shows where all pedestrian and bicycle fatal and severe injury crashes occurred. And this chart shows the days of the week and the times of the day when the crashes took place. This data may be useful for education and enforcement efforts later on. Young adults are very overrepresented in crashes. You can see here how much more of the of a proportion of the people hurt by traffic.
Go back a
Yeah,
couple.
of
I know
course.
you're going
Which
flipping
one?
through and you wanted me to pause you or
course.
any. I just wanted to take a look at the crashes, pedestrian and bicycles.
I was gonna say
While you're
thing.
doing that, I appreciate Stephen moving through this quickly given the time, but we will follow up with this presentation. There's a lot of information you probably want to see more of.
Can we have follow up on
Love
this?
just to actually have the presentation.
We
I don't
will.
know if, okay.
We will get that to you after the meeting.
Because what I recall is a couple of accidents with youth, kids.
In
I'm
my
just
district.
looking for them. Can you see them?
No, I was actually thinking the same. I was going to let you, I was going to let you finish,
That's
but I
what I was
appreciate you
looking
pausing.
for.
I think it was, and so I was debating about whether it was because these are fatal and severe. I'd be curious what
Fatal and
your,
severe. Yeah.
what your definition of fatal and severe. I'm assuming fatal is death.
I mean,
I'm just assuming.
Hit is severe for
It
me.
feels severe.
But what is
Yeah.
your definition?
So the fatal and the not Caltrans, but the California Highway Patrol's definition of serious injuries is the one used by all departments in the state.
Yeah.
And it is any injury other than fatal which results in severe laceration, resulting in exposure of underlying tissues, muscles, organs, or significant loss of blood, broken or distorted extremity, crush injuries, suspected skull, chest, or abdominal injury other than bruises or minor lacerations, unconsciousness when taken from the collision scene, and paralysis. Those are severe injuries. And we made the choice when looking at data for vulnerable road users to include minor injuries as well, though it would not show up on this map because this is the FSIs only.
Got it.
But in our later data and in developing the map you'll see later about our plans to move on, we included minor injuries to vulnerable road users because that's just an unlucky step or a few inches away from becoming a serious injury because they're just out hitting the pavement with their bodies. So they're just this far away from serious injuries.
Two slides.
Okay. So young adults overrepresented in crashes, and males are also overrepresented. So these are the common causes of fatal and severe injury crashes, which is based on the officer's best judgment of the primary cause of the collision. That's defined as one driving behavior that, had it not occurred, the collision would not have taken place. They record this as a specific code violation, an improper driving behavior, or something other than driver or unknown. This map shows the economic and social context in which these crashes occur. The U.S. Department of Transportation designated certain communities as disadvantaged, and because this is a federal program, we work with their definitions on it. Crashes impacting vulnerable road users are concentrated in the So defining high injury location, this is what all of the two prior sections of this report are moving toward, the analysis of reported crashes and the community engagement. High injury locations map is based on crash, and it will be used to prioritize community and prioritize safety improvements and identify locations that are similar to the high injury locations we've mapped so that we can make safety improvements there before waiting for crashes. We included all locations where there were 2 or more fatal or severe injury crashes, or where there were 2 or more crashes that caused any injury to vulnerable road users, and also included locations that were identified by the public as being dangerous or exposing them to near misses. We chose 2 or more because we had to concentrate our efforts, and because there could be one-off random things, but 2 becomes a pattern. And we found that street segments with reported crashes significantly overlap with places the public identified as being dangerous or frightening. So this high injury location framework is a helpful way to achieve Vision Zero goals, because it shows the public that the goal of Vision Zero isn't insurmountable or hopeless. When we show them that 70% of these fatal or severe injury crashes happen on only 3.5% of our streets, it sends the message that it's something we can do something about. So that's why the Vision Zero framework is a powerful way to.
We've, like, West Capitol has had significant rehabilitation, but yet I'm seeing the deep red on West Capitol the most. Can you help me understand? Is that prior?
Yeah, yes,
is it like when, like the data timing?
we have, the project was finished in 2022. So this one shows the years and those crashes took place, and we can still see that people were injured. Vulnerable road users here were injured in 2022 and 2023 near Harbor Boulevard.
Near Harbor Boulevard, I see.
But our assessment of countermeasures and prioritization of projects will take into account projects we've already implemented or ones that we're already planning to implement.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's helpful. Thank
that'll
you.
be our next steps. So what we're going to do is learn what we've used so far to guide our research into traffic safety countermeasures, which would include infrastructure, education, enforcement, and emergency response. So when we learn what are the most dangerous situations and locations in the city, we can then propose effective means to prevent those crashes in the future, and identify places that will be targeted for priority investment and enforcement, and people identify the populations that would benefit most from education measures. We also want to include a study of the costs for implementing the countermeasures. Information on the costs and the city's capacity to meet those costs will help you set that Vision Zero goal. It's required program. So thank you for staying so late to hear my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have on behalf of the Vision Zero team.
Member Alcala.
Real quick, collaboration with schools. Is that something you're going to be doing?
Well, we have a safe routes to school plans already developed by Civic Red, and we will fold that in to this project. We've reached out to the schools for the community engagement through their national night out.
Good.
And that could be coordinating with schools can be one of the countermeasures we use to encourage safe behavior around schools, or determine what kind of measures that those populations would suggest.
Mayor Pro Tem Early.
So just a couple of questions, and you were flipping through, and I understand it is late. I know, at least in my district, particularly in the Bridgeway Lake areas, but near Bridgeway School, as well as just quite honestly along Marshall going up to Southport Parkway, I hear a lot from my constituents about safety as it relates to visibility of the crosswalks, and also our kiddos. And I think, and I'm pretty sure that's where our mayor was going with some of it, but I might have just been assuming that I didn't see those things on the map, but to your point, potentially on some of your later maps or maps that weren't in this presentation, you take into account when children, whether it is severe or not, have been hit by vehicles, whether it be on their bicycles or not. I know, again, at least in my district, in this year alone, I have unfortunately heard stories of kiddos getting hit trying to just get to school in the morning. And so two things. One, piggybacking off of Councilmember Alcala's suggestion on partnering with schools, I'd actually go a little deeper, although schools I think would be great to partner with. I specifically would partner with PTAs, PTOs, PTAs, and boosters, because those are going to be the parents, one, that have their ear very close to the ground, and two, can then get you further access, kind of like cultural liaisons to the other parents, because as I said, I hear a lot from parents. And then I'd, again, go a step further, and potentially when we think about partnering with schools, I think about reaching out to the trustees for Washington Unified, because they too may hear from parents around school safety and just safe streets for their kiddos, is what I would say on that one. And then when you think about prioritization areas, I would be fascinated, and then I think about your district, Councilmember Sapezio Hole, and just not having sidewalks, and the high schoolers, right? I'm constantly seeing them jet across, and so would again, be really interested to know how that was taken into account, even if it wasn't fatal or severe, right? They're one step away, to your point.
Any other? No. Okay. Partnering with PTOs is a great idea. That's a great connection there. I appreciate all of the data that you gave us, and I'm processing it all. One of the concerns that we have in my district, and it's funny now that all of us can say my district, we have like deep, intimate knowledges of these areas, is issues of speeding in areas that need stop signs. And then I think of the intersection by the high school, where the high schoolers are not crossing on the path, they're just running across the street by Target, and all of these near misses. Those aren't accidents, those aren't reported. How do we know those intersections that are issues because we're being told they're issues? We drive it, we see it, we feel it, but there's not an accident happening there for us to know, like, let's prepare, because I am waiting for something horrible to happen in front of the high school by the Target shopping center with all the high schoolers crossing right there. That's not a stop sign. 7 p.m. the sun comes, you can't see people crossing the street. That's a scary space to be for our kids. How are we capturing that?
Well, that was through our community engagement efforts, and I'd like to scroll back to the map where we mapped our input. So you can see that through our engagement efforts, our maps indicate that a lot of people were worried about the areas around the high schools. Those are represented by the lines on the road segments, where the dots are the actual reported crashes through the police data. So the colored street segments are where we mapped the community telling us that they thought a road was dangerous and had observed dangerous behavior. And that's overlaid with dots that represent crashes.
This is really helpful. Thank you for calling this out again for me. I'm looking at where the high school is right now, and I'm wondering if it feels like it did.
I know. I was like, I need glasses.
Hey, does anybody want to borrow mine?
I had an eye appointment.
So I get, then my next question is, how how this informs what we do next. When I think of, more recently, we sat down and we chatted about what Sacramento Avenue needed to look like. And obviously, based on this data here, yes, Sacramento Avenue needs a lot of attention. How are we prioritizing the areas that we're going to be focusing on based on this data?
Yes, the result were those high injury locations maps.
Those were injury locations, not just concern locations.
Well, it is based on community input and injury.
Both, okay.
Yes. So these are the areas that were the product of the community engagement and the mapping the crashes.
I see. You overlap.
Does this look right?
It's really interesting. If you guys look at, you ladies, excuse me, I apologize, to the absolute south, that bend in the road when you're coming to hit the when you're coming to enter West Sacramento right at Kilder Farms, what a dangerous intersection that bit has been. And you can barely see it there, but I mean, I know from the residents in that neighborhood how dangerous that bend in the road is.
And you asked what the next step would be, what we would do with this data. So right now our team is looking through research into effective countermeasures that could prevent all kinds of crashes.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll be trying to match those countermeasures to the types of situations where in these dangerous areas.
Can you go back to the slide of community input? I wanted to look at Park Boulevard real quick.
Did they? Whatever you got.
Yeah, that definitely seems right. Okay, thank you very much.
And as part of
Councilmember Alcala. Okay. Don't worry, we got more questions for you.
So you did outreach, and I noticed it in front of City Hall. District 1 has a lot of folks that walk, they don't have cars. And I've seen a lot of different cultural communities. I sometimes see moms wearing a chador. They're all black. Sometimes it's late at night and they're crossing with their children. That concerns me because someone might not see them. I know you did outreach and you said 14% Spanish speaking, the rest were English, but there are other languages in West Sacramento. How are we getting the information out?
Well, the three languages included in our engagement program were English, Spanish, and Russian. So we're limited to those.
We do have much larger communities for now. I think it'd be really important to reach out to them.
There were other stakeholder meetings than the one you noted by City Hall, so I just want to clarify that. If, Stephen, if you could just go over that again, where the outreach activities occurred.
Oh, sure.
Just so we have a complete picture of that.
Yeah, we had the pop-up events, which were at the Senior Resource Fair and at the Bike Festival.
I remember that.
And then we held these community audits that took place near Westfield Village Elementary School, and we set up a tent. And some of the team remained at the tent with all our information posters, and some of the team went for a walk around the neighborhood. And the same was true for the Jefferson Boulevard pop-up, where we set up in the shopping center out by the street, by those fountains. The stakeholder meetings, we targeted groups by age, not by language though, but we held them at the National Night Out for the school kids and their parents, and then the young adults at Sac City College, because we identified that the young adults were being hurt in crashes much more frequently than anybody else.
Thank you.
I do have some. I did have that language question as well. And the businesses that, like on West Capitol, I don't know if you letter or, you know, a QR code to check in and provide feedback. Not everybody's on the internet. Just be able to get the word out. That may have happened, I don't know. But also, in hearing, reaching out to the school, when there were a couple of accidents, I did reach out to the PTOs myself, trying to get more education to the kids, and there was no reception. I had the resources to connect them with the PTOs, but there was, I just don't know if people were already overwhelmed at the time. So with the Youth Climate Action Fund, SABA has been able to come in and begin the bike buses. And so they're out in Southport Parkway, and they have a pop-up tent after school, you know, trying to get the bike bus going, and it's trying to create safe routes and also recruiting parents as volunteers to contribute to that. And so it's separate and apart from the PTO. It's Youth Climate Action Fund, and just trying to keep that momentum going. We're going to taking a look at providing resources like helmets, bicycles, things like that for youth who are interested in participating. And expanding that citywide with the next, hopefully, round of funding that we're going to be getting. Hasn't been announced yet, but we're lined up. Just need to do a few more things addressed. Hopefully, we can partner with SABA to expand on that. The other idea is to work through our 2x2 and to do this similar presentation at our 2x2 so that we can take a look at other ways to engage our school district and with our county partners, if there's a way to include any kind of education inserts to participate. I don't know if you're still gathering information. This is still a process.
We have another engagement cycle where we will share the countermeasures that we propose to make sure that you can support them.
Okay. So to the extent that we can partner with the county, that if they have any CalWorks information, we can include outreach to populations that are disadvantaged community members who are participating. So CalWorks, CalFresh, our seniors in our in-home supportive services program. These are individuals who are lower income on Medi-Cal, on public benefits, who may not traditionally be able to access information through the school. And just so we can partner with other public, organizations in getting the word out, participate. Go ahead.
Just a couple things just on that. I would say that the schools have a community schools effort in which you have facilitators, particularly for some of our more high need schools, that you definitely would get more response from potentially there. And again, they're plugged into, again, they connect with PTOs, boosters, and that kind of thing. I would also potentially, again, take it a step further. And so I don't know if you've had a chance, and maybe you have to also talk to some of the supervisors, whether it be Supervisor Villegas or Dr. Mary Fixie Sandy, about, again, what they're hearing. And so you may have engaged already with these electeds. If not, I think that also would be helpful because they are hearing from constituents as well.
Oh, go ahead. Councilmember Roscoe.
Try and be short. I mean, our city has been built on highways going through our city. I mean, West Capitol Avenue used to be an actual freeway before the actual highway was built. And I imagine that each of the fatalities or the high injury accidents, however termed, I apologize, it's late, have different causes of I mean, in some areas of the city, I know I've heard from residents too, coming after knocking on many doors. Striping is largely inadequate in several areas of our city, including Jefferson Boulevard. And so folks can't see at night. They can't see the reflection. But, you know, lighting, striping are huge, I think, were the biggest bits of feedback. But also, even if you have a well-lit corridor with perfect striping, like something like West Capitol Avenue, there are also user errors as well. Like, I mean, I saw that was 19% of were caused by pedestrian errors, or like perhaps, I mean, I presume it's like walking outside of crosswalks or wandering into the road with people who are driving at paces where they're not expecting to see someone wandering on the road. I'm not victim blaming, just I what remember in one of our last presentations that was an issue. But you know, we're getting places with like the Sycamore Trail overpass, the Fifth Street widening project. I mean, we used to be a lot more dangerous before those happened, especially Fifth Street, and also with the Riverwalk extension and our road rehab efforts. I just think that our community needs to be informed of where these issues are, which I guess is the first step of that, but also be able to welcome traffic calming efforts, because it seems that that's one of the most controversial things ever. Is years ago when we did the traffic calming efforts over on the Linden Loop, and then of course now we have lots of feedback about the medians that have been installed. But I think just feedback now is police presence, which I hope we can you know, accommodate in moving forward. But lighting, striping, I've also heard, you know, some folks feel like trimming trees, but and bushes back for visibility purposes. But even if you have all those things, you have folks that don't want to engage in speed conflict and put our community at risk. I think that's where enforcement could come in. I had a question on my thing. I was wondering what the Transportation, Mobility, and Infrastructure Commission, did they make recommendations?
They reviewed the data and provided another layer of community input on top of what we gathered directly from the community. So they pointed out areas that they also thought were dangerous, which were included in the map.
Well, as someone whose children learn how to ride a bike at a very late age, because I live on a thoroughfare and I have to back into traffic every single morning, multiple times a day, get in and out, I understand how dangerous it is. And you have Jefferson Boulevard and other places where you have businesses and people will slow down automatically, or you have bicycles. I think all of us, I speak for all of us when I say we would really love to have a more bikeable, walkable community. So I applaud the effort to look at this a little bit more closely in the feedback of colleagues.
All right, just have a couple more. Hand it over to Councilmember. The trucks on Marshall have posed a huge threat to residents who feel like, you know, they're overbearing. And I just wanted to make sure you're aware of that. We get calls, like
All
it
the time.
happens a lot. So if you can put that on your, I know there nobody died from it yet, but somebody will. That's what we keep hearing. Poplar and Michigan is where there's a new school, and I get complaints about that frequently, about the speeding cars and the driving through the stop sign there. And I raised it with the school district to see if there's a way to try to keep things safe. And I get requests for speed bumps as a way to reduce speed. I don't know, I mean, we could probably put where people have been asking for that, but I've been hearing about that, especially where there's a car that constantly crashed into a house. That, I don't know if
Cummins.
Is it Cummins?
I was going to say,
Okay.
right.
Yeah, and I know they put a stop sign there. I don't know if it's addressed any concerns yet, but I haven't heard any complaints.
I drive that road every
When you see people driving right through it?
It seems like it actually has addressed it.
Thank you, Mayor, because speed bumps, I was going to say, I think is a great deterrent. Cameras. I often ask, do we have cameras? And they say they're very expensive, but what price is life, right? So I think cameras are a great deterrent. People know they're getting their pictures taken, they're going to have to pay a really huge ticket. I think that really slows things down a lot. We don't have any. I would really encourage. I'm going to say
So Stephen, with Measure O around the corner, if you have recommendations to put in for enhanced traffic safety, and consult partners, fair notes, we're all ears.
That's what we're here planning to do.
Yeah, I think just to give a big picture context to this, and I'm glad you just mentioned Measure O. So we're going to be doing a lot of CIP projects having to do with road rehab. We have other plans in place, whether it's the bike ped master plan and other efforts to make improvements throughout the city. This data will be very informative in terms of how we structure CIP projects. If we've identified corridors that have known safety concerns that we're already going to show attention to from either a Measure O project or other implementation of plans, it will lead to other design considerations, other improvements that otherwise may not have been included. So that's one of the purposes of this plan, is to better inform us when we design CIP projects.
Yeah, what I would love to see is that every time we have a thing called the project development team, which has a representative from all of the departments in the city that touch street safety, traffic enforcement, and traffic safety. And my goal for this project is that anytime anybody does anything that touches the street, they go back to look at the plan to see if there's a way they can incorporate safety improvements. So if it's time to fill a pothole, maybe they go to the plan and maybe there's a striping improvement they can do while they're filling the pothole, so that it's just always, it's always there.
Councilmember Acola.
I had a video sent to me by a constituent on Douglas Street, I believe, and they're asking for bike lane. I mentioned it, I sent an email to you, Aaron. I'm not sure if you saw it.
Oh, the video.
There was a video out there, and he's an older gentleman, but he's real concerned, and I've heard this also from a resident on that street on Lighthouse, that they don't have a bike lane that's creating issues, because there have been a few near misses there, so I think it's really important. Thank you.
Any other comments? And I'd like to open it up for public comment really quick. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
We have no request to speak on this
In
item.
the public comment, bringing it back to council. Received the presentation and provided our feedback. And will
Thank
you
you.
be coming back to us?
We will be coming back sooner than we planned because we're a little bit, our schedule's a little thrown off by all these busy city council meetings. So you'll be seeing me sooner than you otherwise would have normally, because we're already halfway done with our countermeasures analysis. So we'll be bringing back a menu of countermeasures, and the whole engineering team will be here to share those with you and their respective benefits. Maybe we'll also be working on the prioritization table, which will be how we rate each area in its priority for improvement. I've heard you say that schools should rank highly, for instance. So if there's an area that's with some of the dangerous areas, but if it's near a school, maybe that ranks higher than another area that's equally as dangerous. So we can prioritize the safety improvements. So we'll be back with that to learn from you what kind of countermeasures you think are best for the city, and then we'll be asking you to start thinking about how do you want to set that, and what's the Safe Streets and All program calls an ambitious goal for reducing fatal and severe injuries by a specific date. And federal government will require the city council to set that goal. So next meeting we'll be asking you to start thinking about that. Thanks.
All right. Next item is item 17 under Economic Development and Housing, presentation of Tourism Improvement District feasibility study and consideration of authority to pursue formation. We have Megan Stiles, our Economic Development Manager. Provide.
There we go. Okay, so good evening, Mayor and council members. Megan Stiles, Economic Development Manager, and tonight I will be giving a short presentation on the proposed Tourism Improvement District feasibility study and asking for authority to pursue formation. And just as a note, pursue formation just means enter the legal process. We have not done any legal work on this yet. This is purely feasibility, so I'm asking for authority to continue that conversation into the process. And so just for a little bit of background, as part of the council strategic plan priority, staff was directed to explore the possibility of pursuing both a tourism improvement district, or TID, and a property and business improvement district, or a PBID. And in January of this year, staff released a formal request for proposals. And through a competitive bid process, we entered into a contract with Civitas Advisors in March of 2024. And they provided consulting services to assist with the formation of both a TID and a PBID. And this was a two-phase process. So phase one is a feasibility study. And they were tasked with producing a report outlining the feasibility of a TID to provide stable funding for tourism programs within West Sacramento. So the formal TID feasibility study is included in the packet, and a PBID feasibility report is forthcoming at a later date. And so Civitas and staff worked with local lodging businesses, business owners, to determine what concerns they have regarding long-term prosperity in West Sacramento and the services that are needed to drive overnight visitation to the destinations. And after these engagements with the stakeholders, many of the hoteliers in the city, it was determined that there is an appetite for a TID to be established in the city. Through kind of conversations with some of the larger hotel owners and being considerate of our smaller motel owners, we did establish that it would only apply to hotels with 55 or more rooms. And that list is included here. So there are 6 major hotels that would be included in the TID, and any hotels that were built in the future would be grandfathered in to the program. And so kind of the overall impact of a tourism improvement district, like I said, provide long-term stable funding. So kind of where it differs from TOT taxes, that's a general tax that goes to the city, and they can choose to invest or use that money at their will. TID money is specifically, it is set aside for the tourism improvement district, and it is facilitated by the third party that is responsible for running the tourism improvement district. The budget cannot be cut or slashed or used for anything other than services specifically for that group of hotels. It drives economic growth in the community. It can create a sense of camaraderie among the hotel owners that are part of that. There is a steering committee that will kind of go through the process together and really decide what their needs are, what they want to see. They would develop a management plan that would address the needs that they are concerned with. And it is a self-governance model. So there's a board of directors, and they decide what is done with the money, where it goes, and how they can best benefit from it. So the proposed assessment, so 2% is the maximum allowable assessment for this type of assessment. So our numbers, which is $370,000 annually, that's based on a 2%, but that doesn't mean that we would pursue a 2%. That's just the maximum allowable. This is based on the TOT revenue that's collected from those top 6 hotels. So the proposed timeline to formation is about 6 months from this point. So January 2025, we would form a steering committee and draft a management plan based on those needs of the stakeholders. May 2025, we would do a petition drive where the hotels that are impacted would need to submit either a yes or no vote to continue, and we would have a council resolution of intention with a notice of public hearing. And then June, we would conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution of formation. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Okay. Any council members have any questions?
Yeah, I do.
Fusio Hall.
This is so exciting. Thank you for all of your work on this. So the assessment, you said 2% was the maximum allowable. That does not land with me. Was there a change to the Property and Business Improvement Act law? Because downtown Sacramento has a 3%, over a 3% assessment.
For TID,
Yeah.
I would have to check on that. That was what was included in our,
So I actually believe that there is not a percentage limitation on what that assessment is. I think how I interpreted the feasibility report is that 2% was the conversation that was had with property owners of that would be the assessment that they were comfortable with.
we didn't get into specific conversations about, we did discuss a 2%. We had modeling for both a 1% and a 2%. And so that's not something that at this point is set in stone. I would have to talk to Civitas about the 2%. I know that was the max that we thought was, I don't know if that's just what we thought was reasonable based on the assessment model, but only 1% and 2% were looked at.
Okay,
And there may be different, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, just my vast research I just did. There may be different opportunities for larger cities, so, but we'll check into that.
Yeah, and I did see when we have the chart with all of the cities, you know, from my experiences with these districts, my thought was that the hoteliers saw what our TOT was and what a potential TIP rate was, and they put those numbers together to put together what the final number would be that would keep us competitive in the marketplace. And so I guess I'm a little concerned that the percentage and the budget wasn't talked about with the property owners. I know that all comes out in the management district plan. One of the other things that comes out in the management district plan is what the owners association looks like. And I'm just wondering if there were any initial conversations about what that could look like. You'd mentioned it was self-governing, and you know, my recommendation is that we have a standalone nonprofit with the board of directors that is our local hoteliers. And I also would like to see a member of our economic development team on that board as well, so that we have a tight connection with what we're doing with our programming in West Sacramento, and that we always stay aligned to keep conversations supportive.
Yeah, there have been conversations with other TIDs or folks that support TIDs, just in conversations of different types of governance models. But there hasn't been any conversations that put any of that in motion. That would definitely be something that the steering committee would have conversations about and decide. But obviously, self-governance has been discussed at large.
Great. Thank you for all your work on this.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'll open it up for public comment. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
We have no requests to speak on this item.
Okay, closing the public comment. Megan, I did hear some opposition from Motel 6. Has that been addressed?
So we did have a at-length conversation. There was a little bit of confusion about the threshold and how that might affect the smaller motel owners. So there wasn't a ton of outreach done to motel owners that were under the 55 threshold because they were not going to be affected. There was initial reach out done to those top 6, and then those that responded that wanted to be engaged, we had further conversations with. Motel 6 was not one of those, but I've had an at-length conversation since that point. And all the hotel, I mean, we only have 6. They're all welcome to be on the steering committee and have those conversations. And so I was kind of making it clear that tonight, while it is a council action item to move forward, it is by no means deciding that we are submitting something to form this today. That's where the real reach out starts, is at this point that we are entering the legal process to begin those at-length conversations with the affected hotel and motel owner.
Okay, good to know. Yeah. Any, both of you? Okay. Oh, Councilmember Rose, go ahead.
I just wanted to commend my colleague, Ernest Lafuzio Hall, for bringing this to our strategic council retreat. I think at the time there was no understanding of what the future might hold. We are just a few months away, less than 4 months away from inviting our first game JPAs. And not to say that we can capitalize, before they come, but the idea of knowing that we're going to have thousands of people coming through West Sacramento and needing their heads. Once we have this in place, this could be a game changer for the city. And so it's amazing to see. We all come from, as on the council, we all come from different backgrounds, and I know that council member Sulpicio Hall was previously our chamber CEO and previously did work in Sacramento, was at Visit Sacramento, and is familiar with this type of model where that's expertise that hadn't been represented on this council in the past. So thank you, first off, for leading this vision and bringing it to us, because I think this was an untapped resource that, a blind spot nobody would have noticed until she pretty spectacular. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Early.
So just a couple of thoughts as you're getting feedback. In huge support of this. I'm looking at the annual, again, if 2% is the rate, that whether it's decided by the hoteliers who would be participating, right, and what the market can support, or not. I would hesitate, just as someone who runs a nonprofit, if 370,000 would be what would be generated annually, to have, even though I love the idea of it, to have a fully formed, staffed, supporting that, only because that would, and I don't know how that would be paid for outside of this 370 annually, and I know how much it costs to run even a small organization, and I would imagine that when we're thinking about the advertising, all the things annually for those 6 hotels, 370,000, particularly as you're trying to get up and started in that kind of thing. It's not actually a lot of money, and then to provide overhead. And so that would be my only hesitation as I think about offering you some feedback on that. And so although self-govern can also be challenging in regards to organizing, really seeing and moving things forward, I would just be concerned about starting an organization and where those dollars would go. That's all.
And thank you. And just as a note, we do have at least one that I know that has pulled a building permit, but we have a couple of hotels that are on the books. And under the TID formation, they are immediately grandfathered in. And so the kind of life expectancy of a TID is 5 years initially. So I would expect that we would absorb at least one more large hotel, which would then add to the budget for this. But I understand the
May I make a comment on that?
Yes, go ahead.
What's great about a self-governing model is once the board of directors is created, they can choose whether to employ staff, contract with the market. And so the self-governing model will keep our local hoteliers making the decisions about the money, and they can decide if it's, do they want an executive director? Do they want to contract with a marketing agency? How do they want to make the money go the furthest?
Right, I do have a few questions. So in speaking with the motel owners, I've learned that there's an interest for their expansion among their own property sites. And in seeing how we can work with them as they are considering expanding, growing, like their current business model is kind of restrictive. And what they see in the future as we are continuing to grow as a city is an opportunity to grow as a business. And so would this allow, so if this tourism improvement district allow for a future partner if they wanted to participate?
I think that is something that's decided during, I know that other TIDs do have members that aren't necessarily within the boundaries, but they pay a fee to be a member at certain levels.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see why that wouldn't be something that would be offered. And then, we're a member of Visit Sacramento, although we're not in their boundary, we are a partner with them. So I would imagine that's something that could be worked out.
Okay. And in taking a look at the tourism improvement, so I just see the hotels. Are we looking at businesses as well? Is that the PBID that?
That
next
is a
in line?
PBID, yeah. Only lodging businesses, lodging establishments are eligible for the TID.
Okay, good. That's all I have. And I think you're just looking for the authority to move at this point.
Yeah, I'm happy to move.
Councilmember Sulpicio Hall moved and Councilmember Alcala seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sulpicio Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Alcala.
Aye.
Councilmember Roscoe.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Early.
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero.
Aye. Thank you so much, Megan,
you
for
very
all your
much.
hard work on this. I know it's not easy. Next, we have our General Administration Function Part 2 from our council assignments. Are there any updates from our? No? Okay. Council calendar?
Good evening. Just a reminder that this Friday is the tree lighting ceremony, and then City Hall will be closed over the holiday break from December 25th and reopen on January 2nd.
You'll be open December 24th? What is?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
We'll be here.
Oh,
Some,
that's-
some people will.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. And we have the Station 45 push-out.
Yeah, I had 2 quick things in my manager's report. Thank you for that. I was actually going to remind you about the event that I was talking about earlier, and also congratulate the council on the passage of Measure O. I really wanted to emphasize that point. Having a front row seat with the discussion that was had back in February to see it come together now, it really will change the city, and we have a lot of work to do on staff to respond to the hopes and dreams of the council when it came to putting that on the ballot. But I wanted to start by congratulating you all on the passage, and the event tomorrow will be our first of hopefully many events to implement Measure O. So with Station 45, I'm sorry, Engine 45. So hope to see you there. I have one other thing that I'm sorry for the late hour of doing this, but it's our last meeting of the year. It's a bit of breaking news. It's also very bittersweet. That I tell you, back in July of 1998, we had a young, energetic, very intelligent, very creative redevelopment program manager come to us by way of SHRA. I believe he was immediately given the task of figuring out how to land a minor league baseball team in West Sacramento. He was given a few things over the years on that and held, I think, a record for number of job titles at the city. We were talking about that today. But most recently, he's been our deputy city manager and a very close friend and colleague of mine and many other people in the city. Someone who's been respected and revered by staff and by council members past and present for the 26 and a half years that he's been with the city. John Robinson is going to be retiring at the end of the year. He hates that I'm doing this, and he doesn't want any fanfare. Please don't make him come up here. But this is his last meeting officially with the council. He's going to be with us through the end of the year. As I said. But I just want to congratulate him on that. We had a little moment with staff earlier, and we'll have lots more to say to him, but I wanted you to have the opportunity to know first and be able to comment to him on the side or here. It's up to you, but thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to open it up to the council members. This is our last opportunity, I know, to share a few words.
Wow. Yeah. I got that news earlier, and I don't think I've been able to shake it off. I've been trying to beg you to stay for the rest of your life if I had the choice. John, you are irreplaceable. Years ago, in my office, the DA's office, I was sharing some time with a very good friend of mine who was also a DA and now a judge. And he used to intern at the city of West Sacramento, and he said, my fondest memories were working for a man. You might know him, John Robinson. And, you have been the quintessential state when it comes to working with constituent concerns, just this vast knowledge that many of us don't possess just because of your longevity here in the city. You have a demeanor that puts everyone at peace and calm. You really are unique and amazing human being. And when I say that there is going to be a gaping hole when you decide to move on, I'll say I don't think that we'd ever fill that. You are a gem, and thank you so much for such a long contribution to our city. And it's not just a basic one, it's above and beyond and over, around, and we thank you. And this won't be the last time we get a chance to thank you. I'm going to be certain of that. But I do want to say, for you being here tonight at this late hour and us all being teary-eyed, I'm going to take the time to say just an immense.
You know, I mean, I knew this was coming. I didn't know we were going to have the conversation tonight, and I am teary-eyed. I've had the opportunity to work for you for the last few years, and you have been such a joy to work with. Some of the most, complex questions that I've received about concerns in the community and how you've been able to gather the information and break it down and just connect with the residents and share everything that's going on here, because there's so much happening behind the scenes to keep this community running. And you've just done such an incredible job working with us to make sure we get that information out to people. I loved what was the city manager for the month? What was that? The city manager in training. I loved having meetings with people and just conversation and the energy. And even when I had to pick your brain about public stuffs and all of my issues and getting into the details of how that worked and brainstorming on what could make it better. I love working with you. And, congratulations on retirement. That's so exciting. We meet on the first and third Wednesdays of every month, so we look forward to seeing you in the future. And hopefully this isn't the last time that we get to connect. And just thank you for your years of dedication. Are wonderful. Thank you.
He's moving to Santa Cruz. By the way.
Oh, I like visiting Santa Cruz, so we'll see you there.
Sure. I'll go next. John, thank you so much for your many years of service for all of West Sacramento. And someone said, whoever his replacement, those are going to be really big shoes to fill. Happy retirement. Thank you.
So I shared some personal thoughts with you right before this meeting, but then I said, and I will say some stuff publicly too. I have absolutely loved working with you, but I think that not only are we going to experience loss, and just your colleagues I know are going to miss you, as well as just the work that you do and the quality, but also our constituents. And so I immediately think of the West Sac Connect and the app that I'm almost positive you helped develop. You did. Oh my God, like huge in regards to just better meeting our community's needs and having that data. And I know when I've asked questions about well, what's happening in this one? Well, we can just pull it up on the app, and we've got data for that. We can split it up by the different parts. And I will say your responsiveness, not only to constituent emails, but also I will just sometimes be driving and see something and send it to John. And when I tell you that whatever that issue is, whether it is graffiti on the wall or some other issues, it is immediately fixed. And I am really going to miss you. And so I'm happy that you get to spend time with your family and retire. You deserve that. But man, I'm sad too. So thank you so much for all you do. Thank you for putting up with me. Thank you for all of your patience and your kindness and all of that. You are truly an amazing person, human being. And so thank you so much.
So, John, this may come as a surprise to you, but you spoiled me. You, and whenever I would send a random email, because would be late at night, and that would be the only time my thoughts were clear. And you immediately responded. I was like, is he just standing by his computer? And they were very nice responses, very thoughtful. and courteous, and it was just welcoming as a council member, and then, you know, mayor. To have somebody like you to be so responsive and respectful, thorough, and creating a process, you know, when I said, hey, I don't know what happened to that email that you created a process to keep us all informed. I have to say that was huge for me to, you know, stay in touch with constituents. I know there were constituents who complained, but because of who you are, I would not be able to accept the complaint, because you were always very, very, like, your emails were the perfect, you know, quintessential, elegant, and respectful to people. And, you know, you're going to be hard to replace, all of you. I don't know how you, you know, I don't know how we can, you know, see that again. But I know you have some big shoes to fill, and I will miss you. So you know that. I'm sorry to see you go. So enjoy what you have. You earned it. You earned every minute of what you have coming in your next, whatever's going on in your retirement. I'm so happy for you. You're one of the few, you know, the civil servants that move on, and you deserve a very rich and fulfilling retirement in whatever you do. So thank you so much for your service, and we just got to make sure we do whatever we can to recognize, you know, him, so that he bonus, I don't know, whatever.
We've offered him lots of things, but I just wanted just one more point, is just that John is another type of employee. His fingerprints on the city, most of you didn't have the opportunity to work with him for the bulk of his career when he was in redevelopment in the heyday. John's, like I said, his fingerprints are everywhere in terms of projects he worked on. We will find ways to celebrate his legacy. It really is a deep legacy at the city, 26.5 years. How you know him is in, I think, his best phase of his career. But I had the chance to work with him for 20 of those years, and we got a lot done in those days of redevelopment, and he deserves a ton of credit for most of it. So just want to close with that. So thank you for your comments tonight. I doubt John wants to say anything, but I'll give. He's good. Thank you.
And so that was your city manager report? Okay. City attorney report? Right. Staff direction from council members, none. Future agenda items, none. I know we may want to do something, but I do want to adjourn in the memory of Joe Gaydon, who passed away November 13th. He was our second city manager from 1989 through 2002. I will say Joe's wisdom and leadership was incredible. He helped me learn a lot about the city, or he will pull me aside to learn about what we are doing in the city and giving me his guidance. So he was a great mentor, and I am really grateful for what he provided in his tenure as a city manager to the growth of the city as well. So I just want to continue to, I hope we provided some kind of condolences to the family, flowers, especially around the holidays when it's really hard to lose a loved one, to let them know that we are thinking of them and keep them in our prayers. With that, I would like to adjourn in his memory. Whoever wants.
Early motions.
Second. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mayor Pro Tem Early moved, and Councilmember Cepizio Hall seconded.
Councilmember Sulpicio Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Alcala.
Aye.
Councilmember Roscoe. Mayor Pro Tem Early.
Aye.
Mayor Guerrero.
Aye. We are now adjourned. Thank you.